Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, I'm getting hammered a little bit this morning. Ooh, says go EV. Wonder where they got shares to borrow. They're trying to cover at a lower price. Probably trying to get it back to where it started running from on the 16th. Tenure got murdered this morning. Ooh, down point. Jesus. Down 0.05. It's like a 40-point drop. Yeah, that's rough. Dollar seems pretty stable though. Pound's not doing very well against it. It's up against the yuan and the yen. Um, all right, let's see. So we got the 52 20 75 test on futures where we got a little bit of a rejection. There is another big strangle on the chain again today, like there was yesterday. So be prepared for the remainder of the day to just kind of suck. They're trying to short the shit out of Beyond to keep the tips from crossing. I mean, not because they actually know about the tips, but because they're trying to avoid short cover. I can just show you guys that. That was a very sharp rejection on the pre-market. Some liquidity opened up there. We'll see if that just runs out and the tips collapse anyway, but definitely pushing them back apart. If we do start getting a run and we break up through 205, I'm pretty sure 225 is on the table by end of day. Win Gherk action figures as soon as you make them. They're just gonna strangle the market up, crush vol, and de-risk. Looks that way. How do you like Google now? It's over 172. Yeah, it's nice that it got a little bounce this morning. I'm not sure I trust that bounce yet. The reason I exited it yesterday was that it was struggling a bit too much with the 170 strike, and NQ looked a little weak. Um, NQ's still a little weak today, kind of underperforming ES again. Um, whether this is those short calls at 170 squeezing off, it could be. I think it's probably moved up enough that that's the case, which should open up the upside range to 180 or higher. So this might be an okay entry. I'll wait and see if it pulls back a little bit first, though. Didn't want to risk holding overnight with the short calls there, though. If you did, congratulations. But I figured I was doing well enough on Amazon and Nvidia. I wasn't too worried about it. Amazon, by the way, was almost at that 190 PT. From where we entered at 178. You think we get a little pullback here? Yeah, we could. This could reject pretty hard. 189 is gamma neutral on the monthly. We could fall back below that. There's a massive pile of calls, and I think quite a few of them are sold at 51.95 through 52.05, which creates a decent amount of resistance to the upside. So I have updated Greeks for GMA, but I'm not giving them to anybody because they're fucked. There's an insane number of sold calls at $15, which are fucking up all the IV values because IV at spot is really weird. And so the Greeks kind of need to be interpreted, but they are not where I would like them accuracy wise. Peep the beyond borrow rate. I think the prime rate's at like 18%. What's the 77.5 on the retail rate? Looks like it's turning up pretty quickly. GoEV is getting hammered. Do you mind talking about it a moment? They shorted it really hard. It got back below the 250 strike. Market maker probably dumped a little bit of delta on the drop, so that helped them out. It took them 8 days to get enough liquidity to get one decent short in. They tried before on the second, but it failed and bounced back. They're definitely trying to keep it from running through $3. I did not expect an attempted gap fill today, yet here we are. The video below 900, next resistance 890 or lower. 890 is the support. I'm not sure it stays below 900 for very long. Looked like there was plenty of support at 892 earlier. That might just be in line with indexes. What the fuck is going on with Beyond IV? This isn't even like 100,000 volume. Supported 794. ES caught some support. 5212. Let's see how momentum's looking here. Yeah, kind of decent. Might be falling off a little. Alex bearish. Huh. Or could we confirm a downside? Give me a second. It's really just fucking up all the... boom. This is 750. Beyond's everything's still on reg share, right? Yeah, Beyond is. GoDB is. Okay. BOF. Huh. TJT's on reg share too. Let's see. Gamma's pretty flat to the downside, actually. Like, if we lose 85, there's really not much support. Down to like 5160. Vol's turning back up a little bit. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month is reversing this morning. And the forward yield on volatility is picking back up again. That's kind of interesting. Skew picked up yesterday. Huh. People are still getting tail risk hedges here. That's super fucked. Alright. GoEV tips are actually contracting. So they're trying to cover a little bit during this drop. Maybe shorting through the ETFs. Looks like there's an okay amount of liquidity there. The underlying itself is very illiquid. The ETFs have a little bit. Beyond is scary with earnings. GoEV has earnings too coming up. I mean, it's just shit happens. Seems odd. Vic slaughtered and Pump and more hedgies bought. Yeah. Are there Greeks on AMD? Yeah. I wonder what it keeps rejecting off of, actually. Yeah, AMD still needs a breakout at 158, which is kind of where it was earlier this week. It needs a breakout at 158 to get pick up some momentum to the upside. It's gotten close, but it hasn't quite broken out. It's above DN and GN, both of which are at 147 and 146 respectively. It hasn't been picking up a lot of delta. Short puts are kind of slacking off a bit. Gamma's positive though. not a lot of charm, so not too many weeklies being bought. Bear flag, SPX. I don't think we fell back into it. No. We'd have to get back under like 160 for this breakout to be like rejected. Start filling yesterday's gap, which seems unlikely still. But if we lose 180, I might go short. Tomorrow night is beyond earnings. Heavy's so super fucking elevated. Volume's kind of falling off. They gotta be running out of shares to short pretty quickly here. Yeah, that's gonna be a grindy day. Upstart looks like it will maintain this range for the day. Upstart looked okay this morning. Yeah, it's still holding like 25.50. Are we testing 51.85? Yeah, we just did, I think. 84 on the low. Yeah. Listing? What does that mean? GoEV and Beyond both seem to reverse at the same time. Similar baskets, possibly. Or just heavily tied to R2K, which isn't doing great this morning. Jimmy might halt if a big block order comes in. Not enough liquidity on the order book. It'll show up. GME's extremely liquid right now. No one wants to buy it, but it's illiquid. Or it's liquid. There's been plenty of covering over the last couple of days. Not much OI on GoEV strikes after May OPEX. What happens to GoEV after the majority of that OI expires? Well, a lot of that's the short calls, so either they roll out or try to roll out, or they start building stronger short call positions at lower strikes, right? I mean, that's the idea behind maintaining the short, is you keep selling the calls at lower and lower strikes. Except it's on reg show, which is problematic. Type of losing? Obviously, we're not. No, just testing it. It'll probably take a bit more bearish momentum for us to actually fail. But below 180, things get pretty ugly. I might pick up a put there if it keeps dropping. The 1 minute looks pretty weak here too. Futures, we want to see a breakdown of 5201 to confirm 5198. So the futures confirmation's a little bit lower. Options volume doesn't match share volume. Options volume probably exceeds or matches share volume. Did the GME Greeks change much after the weekend? No, not really. IV on GME is just super fucked up at spot. So the Greeks on it are wrong. Well, they're not wrong. They just need to be interpreted with this within that scope. Is there enough ammunition to push beyond further down, or is this a decent price to add to a profitable position? I don't think they have that much ammunition to push it down. I mean, it's super illiquid. They covered a little bit yesterday, but I mean, they're gonna burn through all of that pretty quickly. I heard last night that institutions might be recalling Lent shares to vote for the proposition. That's what happened in June. Well, May 2021. But it's unlikely. They probably don't care. I don't see any reason to believe that there's a share recall currently. It looks like they squeezed off short vol, and then short vol is now repositioning. Thoughts on Upstart earnings? Probably not good. I mean, the SLOS report was terrible. It doesn't look like intrabank lending has improved at all. What's up, Nuke? You beautiful bitch. What if we all buy back into GME and vote Ryan Cohen off the board? I'm not in the mood to entertain your hypotheticals, Bob. Should I be worried about my leap CCs on BTU? Chart looks like long-term downs, but short-term ups. I wouldn't have sold leap calls on it. Long-term downs. It's fucking flat for the last 2 years. Like it's literally trading like at its median price for the last 2 years. If Pickle Jar ousted Ryan and nominated Popcorn Trader, we could make a fortune on puts. I don't know. Honestly, I think Popcorn would run it better. No one will ever make money on GME ever again. Lol, even the shorts are gonna lose. We all lose. Stop talking about a stock that doesn't matter. I'd like to do that. It didn't take anybody months to locate anything. You're talking about Burry back in fucking 2020. You're getting your facts mixed up. I went heavy on VIX calls Friday. DCA'd them yesterday, but hurting pretty bad. Give me some hope for a spike, maybe. Mm, maybe they pull off some short vol today, but I don't see them de-risking anything unless we fall below like 5160, 5150, where they've been selling puts for the last few days. How are you going to hedge upstart earnings? I don't know. I could close my weeklies. That seems like a decent hedge. You know, just take profits and then not have to worry about it. If the pickle jar ousted, right? I just want to protect myself if BTU goes to 18. Okay. You could get protective puts if you're that worried. -6% on GoEV, but May 17, 3C haven't really dropped too much. What gives? The 3C are sold. Those are all sold calls. If GoEV is to run, it needs to squeeze out the sold calls. Squeezing out the sold calls and rolling, and then exercising and rolling over those failures onto the market maker makes it no longer the short's problem. Could the Fed speaker spice things up today? Will we listen to him? Kashkari already spoke this morning, and he said all the bearish shit, and it didn't really have much of an effect. But he's speaking again at 11:30, I think. Or 120. Yeah. 120. 11:30 and 120? Does he have 3 speeches today? Kashkari's really making the rounds after he tanked the market the other week. That can't be right. Hey, look, Beyond's back above $8. That was a good effort on their part, though, right? How much are the $9 weeklies? That's expensive. I'm not going to pay more than 50 cents for a fucking Beyond call. Gross. Yeah, fuck that shit. Can you zoom out on Beyond? It's making me too bullish. Oh, yeah, that's not going to fucking help. Oh, these are... I have to update these. Hold on. DM's at 892, 1075, 1460. ES is recovering a bit. How much theta is prudent for Beyond? I don't know. I got a month out. I don't want to get crushed with earnings IV. That was it, boys. SPX uptrend for the rest of the day. No, SPX is still weak here. It needs to break 195 and start pushing into the strangle. This is This is probably going to get rejected. Gamma at spots getting crushed by the short calls to the upside. If you look at UPS, yeah, I was actually looking at that the other day. So Gamma's positive on this, but it still needs to get above 148 to start moving. It's pretty close. It's pretty close to that today. More specifically, 148.48. Not a lot of sold puts coming in here at these lows. So not too many, not too much bullish activity. There's some calls at 150 that are sold. Popping up through those, I mean, it can maybe see a move to like 51 or 54. It doesn't look particularly bullish, but it's not very bearish. So that's 1 second. Don't talk about SPX like that. I've never owned a diesel anything before, but I just got an ad for cleaning bugs out of my diesel tank. Where have the hot singles in my area gone? I don't know. Have you been researching stocks like like Cummings or something? Actually, you'd think that that would trigger the other ad. Huh. Someone mentioned an SEC filing on GoEV. Did you look into it by any chance? No, because I don't care that much. God, you guys are the worst. Can't you just buy leaps and shut up? Um, I don't see anything. Investor relations. 8K. Certificates of serious. Preferred stock. Creates, authorize, and provides the issuance of up to 25,000 shares. 25,000 of the preferred shares is contemplated by previously disclosed securities purchase agreement. The company, certain special purpose vehicles managed by entities affiliated with Mr. Tony Aquila, the company's chief executive officer and executive chair. Terms of preferred shares are described. On May 3rd, 2024, the company closed its previous announced sale to purchasers of 10,000 of the preferred shares and warrants to purchase 4.473 million shares of the company's common stock, 0.0001 par value per share. Total aggregate purchase price $10 million. Company received net proceeds of approximately 9.9 million after deducting expenses. Okay. That doesn't seem important at all. $890 should be support for NVIDIA. After that, $880. How's the forecast looking today? It's super fucking boring, actually. Um, this morning's pump failed to break us above the short call strangle. Um, or well, just the short strangle. Unlike yesterday, where we actually pushed above it at the beginning of the day. So we could just end up stuck here between 85 and 95 for the next 6 hours. Exciting. Woo! Beyond is a sexy run. Do you think it starts this week, or is it not until after OPEX? I think it's already started. It's it's up quite a lot. I will caution people trying to pile in a little late. Your positions are far riskier. You know when it went back on Reg Show, and I was like, "Woo, here we go again," and then I bought a bunch of Beyond calls. That was probably the better time to buy Beyond calls. I'm not allowed to buy until your calls on screen are up 100%. It's called confirmation. You've also missed that window. How do you know it goes on Reg Show day of? Special things? I mean, actually, for Beyond, I just looked. Do you have a tool? I mean, I do. Do you want to talk more about my tool? That sounds super cool, wouldn't it be? I'm unprepared for this. I haven't had the caffeine, remember? Let's not get people too excited about my tool. Too late. I'm dropping Beyond calls or earnings. Not worth the risk for me, but presumably you're happy to take on the risk. I mean, I have June options. And I think either way, earnings will be even if earnings is bad, it's just an opportunity for them to cover, right? And get it off Reg Show like last time. The company doesn't make money. I mean, that's not part of the thesis here. It's not like, ooh, Beyond's gonna kick ass at earnings. No one expects that. It's garbage. They sell soy, like soy and bean, assorted other bean mush, packaged into shapes of meat meat shapes. Their CEO bit someone's ear off, and they've gotten multiple fines for having unsanitary conditions in their factories. It's not a good company. It doesn't need to be though. That's Here's what I don't get. Why are all these companies trying to market plant-based meat to vegans when vegans don't even eat meat? Like, do vegans have cravings for hamburgers that they just can't satisfy? Why don't they just go back to eating fucking hamburgers? Like, you'd think if you were a vegetarian or a vegan, you would avoid eating the foods that remind you of your meat eating days. You'd be like, I don't want that. It's like a burger, but shitty. It's just gateway meat. Yeah. Well, no, the fake meat's gateway meat. Bacon's the gateway meat. I went on that soapbox 2 days ago. Okay. They're trying to transition normal people away from meat. Good luck. Have you had meat? It's fucking delicious. I think the thesis is that if fake meat becomes indistinguishable from real meat, you get a slice of the overall meat industry, which would indeed be quite bullish. Will Beyond do it? Fuck no. Business idea: carrot-shaped hamburgers. Tastes like carrots, but made of meat. It's just gonna look like shit. It's gonna look like turds. Don't make those. I need an update. When was our last Sunjeet sighting? Oh, shit. Year and a half? About a year and a half. Sometimes you have to go on the diet against your will. Going a year without a burger will make you miss meat so much that you'll bite someone's face off. That's because you've just overindulged in burgers, right? You've got to pace yourself. That way you can eat burgers forever. What if they just make regular meat too expensive for the poors? Well, Beyond Meat's always just slightly more expensive than regular meat. So that doesn't work either. Sanjeev was here on Friday. You missed him. I tried telling you. Oh. Oh well. B12 deficiency. You know, I'm just gonna say this. Meat's awesome. Oh, I can get into that argument with Dave about meat and intelligence again. I like the moral superiority that comes with eating fake meat. AI meat? Yeah, Dave the doctor. My wife has been off the meat for a year since we had our last kid. I'm sorry to hear that taken off Friday. What's worse, your SO wanting to be polyamorous or going whole vegan food diet? Doesn't Dr. K eat some kind of meat waffle? Dr. K made a meat pie. This is ancient pickle jar history. Just yes. I just had a vasectomy done. Now I too have fake meat. Nice. They both end up in divorce, more likely than not. It was a Bisquick pie recipe that was forced on us via Ko-Fi. It was epic. It was disgusting, is what it was. I'm glad he's gone. Why wouldn't those $3 short calls on GoEV use this opportunity to close their calls? They might. Are you always this tan? I'm this color. This is the color I am. I don't think I'm very tan right now. I'm quite pale. I haven't spent a full day in the sun in years. Wait, Greek, that dude got something other than a vasectomy. Don't tell him. He gets tanner as he gets more out of sync. You look sick. Are you eating well? Probably not. I do take vitamin D when I remember. Greg loves unsolicited medical advice on the stream chat. It's his favorite thing. Yep. How did you know? How much vitamin D do you take? I don't know. It's like 400 IU a day. Not too much. You don't want the negative complications. You should just get one of those IV nurses that come and juice you up with vitamins and stuff in the morning. I only do that if I've been drinking too much. Hmm. My wife replaced the meat with vitamin D. Her yoga's instructor's name is Vitamin. Can you please take a look at Rivian? Mm-hmm. Ooh, it broke through Delta neutral yesterday. Kind of bullish. Looks like the upside range is maybe about 12 bucks. Calls have been picking up on it a little bit, as have short puts. Um, not like extremely bullish, but it looks okay, like decent, like a decent bounce. Ooh, today's been rough though. Delta neutral is at $10, so it's still holding above delta neutral, even though it's getting the ever loving shit shorted out of it. Might pull back to DN. Yeah, pull back to DN and give you like a inverse head and shoulders on the daily. Rough open. Did they have earnings this morning? Or they have earnings tonight? The three C's. If they did close them, would it jump or gradually chop up? Depends on how fast they close them. I'm seeing that GoEV had earnings on 4/1. Why are they doing another earnings 1 month later? Is this something only great companies are beginning to do? I think their prior earnings might have been delayed. You need vitamin D plus K2. I take 5,000 IU a day. Most people are deficient. In winter, the sun angle is such that we cannot get vitamin D, even if sunburnt. Hmm, that's not how that process works. Oh. Well, I'm not deficient. I've gotten checked. My 400 IU a day is perfect. You can't just go on the internet and lie. I mean, no. Nobody lies on the internet. New York has twice the amount of rain per year as London, so you need to get that vitamin D down your neck. My wife calls me vitamin D. Yeah, but don't. You gotta ignore her when she does that. Otherwise, you're gonna end up with even more children. The folds of your chocolate starfish have 1000x the vitamin D receptors. Do with that what you will. Almost like a soft vitamin D goods factory. Just cranking soft goods. Carl's wife's only into pigeon whales taking off Friday. What if you got a tanning bed, unlimited vitamin D? Hmm. Mine and Carl's wife legit still talk daily. That's awesome. Bar rate climbing on Jimmy. Is this OPEX? Or just shorting? I have an alternate source. I said I took 400 IU a day. I buy the bottles of baby vitamin D and I take that. If Carl wasn't at work right now, you would be timed out. You are a big baby? Are we talking maturity levels? $400 is the minimum recommendation. Exactly. It also bioaccumulates. Your yield to maturity is pathetic. Are you guys enjoying the flat? This price action is dubious. Is anything else moving today? Ooh. Caterpillar's getting closer to where I want to see it. Maybe I'll tell the dillionaires and only the dillionaires what I intend to do with it. Huh. That's an attractive prospect. Tesla's such a piece of shit. You know what? I'm gonna wait on that. That was loud. There we go. Boring old KV putting in some longer term higher lows. Nice. Fubo down 5%. Got some nice fills at 133 this morning. Hoping it's going to run with the other memes. Yeah, maybe. Fubo doesn't look particularly bullish here. It's fine, like stable, but maybe. We gotta try to pump before Kashkari. I don't know when the fuck Kashkari is speaking. This says he's talking at 11:30, and then this says it's at 1:20. But he also already spoke today. So I don't think like anything further he has to say is going to be super impactful. The tip economic index declined. Tips are down. I don't trust anything about this run at all. No gap fill today. It's possible. I still think it's more likely that we just chop a lot. Kashkari gunning for JPow's job? Yeah, I think so. Hmm. Wheat's moving up again today. Peloton pulled back like 5% from the AM. Siri moved up a little. Let's see. It's up 50 points. Oh, that looks good. Huh. Why is that so fucked up? Milken Institute shows Kashkari speaking in 38 minutes. Cool. Quite high volume on GoEV today, more than each day the previous week already. Yep. Yep, quite a bit. Tomorrow is the end of T+2. Should also be the end of the ETF FTD period. 200 test. Vol's getting shorted pretty hard. Tesla trying to regain 82. Hold on, I need to look at something on Tesla. $83.74 is the breakout. Consolidation looks pretty bullish. Buying another Lexus this year for Mother's Day? Fuck no. That wasn't for Mother's Day. Why is it always lab grown meat and not German Shepherd or something? Wait, what? I don't think German Shepherd would taste very good. The tip's in good shape. On what? On Beyond? Yeah, they're starting to come back in after the big short this morning. Looks like they stuffed at least any major covering for today, but they've still got to figure out something for tomorrow. I think Nvidia's got pretty good range here. That would be a high bar to match slash surpass every year. You had no intention of trying to surpass it. Obviously, golden retrievers would be the most delicious dog. What you really want is vegan dogs. Like a grass and grain fed dogs. Those are gonna yield the best meat product. I know dogs are carnivores. But carnivore meat's disgusting. Live for 3 minutes. Now you guys are eating dogs. Only hypothetically. How fast and strong will CTAs come in at 5,200? Probably not that strong. Don't eat bats. What caused the PM dump in Tesla? It's a shit company. Elon's a nut job. I think all of those things are perfectly viable. He's also speaking at the Milken conference. I'm sure he's just sharing his wisdom with everyone. let's see. Nvidia's got a pretty solid ramp from here up to 920, but it could still fall back to 900, which is defensive. $9.10 might present a little resistance. Actually, it could really get up to like 930. Given some time. Huh. That's a good entry. Try Dachshund. Tastes just like hot dogs. I prefer to call them dash hounds. Has Beyond usually beaten EPS at earnings? The company sucks. Don't expect their earnings to be good. They didn't even beat EPS at the last earnings. When they went up 83%. Missed. Missed bigly, as a matter of fact. Apple Pencil Pro? Apple's done. It's okay, they'll just keep buying back shares. Did you just put a taco in a bowl, dirty little toe beans? Where's SPX resistance now? 5200? Yeah, 5200 and 5205. Probably not going to go much higher than 210 today. Things don't get really bearish unless we lose like 86. So let's see if Nvidia will put the market on its back again today. Should show some like 82.50 weeklies. Holy fuck, those are expensive. Really? $2 out of the money? It's ridiculous. That buys me the test. I don't trust this piece of shit at all. Hmm. It'd be weird if we gap down tomorrow. 374. It's quite a ways to go. How's QQQ doing? It's starting to get a little bit of a lead, or catching up at least. Russell's bouncing back. RSP looks good. RSP is outperforming the index. So we have decent breadth. We still need to make it through 5205, but if we can, I don't think 5208 matters very much here. 12 probably does. Okay. I need to get rid of some of these fucking support resistances. They're so old. I'm not paying $450 for a pencil. It's not even a pencil. It doesn't write on anything. Could the bad be on earnings get us below 8 sustainably to find good entries? No. Probably not. What would happen to Apple if they lose the $20 billion in free money from having Google as the default search engine? Good question. All right, give me one sec. All right. What happened 4 days ago? SPX is at 5,000. I'm so glad everything is fixed and world peace has been achieved. Yep. At my job, Sherwin, we just raised list price on all paint by 10% out of the blue because inflationary environment. God, I love that company. Is it cheap right now? Ooh. Hmm. It was a little bit cheap. That sounds like insider information. Nope. Believe it or not. I'm not an insider. Also, it's only insider information if it's not known publicly. It has to be information known in advance. Imagine how much money I would make on my 4900 if Crash Cart came out and said 4 hikes confirmed. Nice copium. I'm not shaving my beard. The fuck? The Gherk. Hey Gherk, what kind of chair do you have? I need something good. Steel case embody, and it's awesome. It already happened, and it was shared in a public space. I'm not worried about it. Oh, I have a gesture. It's a gesture, not an embody. That was a lie. It goes into effect tomorrow. Interesting. Usually I buy the dips on Sherwin, but I didn't buy this one. Now I'm kind of regretting it. Monopolies on paint are so cool. How high does TLT go before people start caring about, real issues? I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe back to like 92. 92 seems reasonable. Quick, buy some paint and resell it at a midpoint. If Bianca is 10 to 15% above Gamma Max, I will buy myself a steel case as well. Right? I'm targeting 93, 95. I mean, break even inflation expectations haven't dropped that much. I don't think you have time. You're going to need inflation to be cool. Buys paint, ships to New York, resells at 5x to hipsters. Is this a sound business plan? Hipsters don't buy paint. So fucking cool. Wait, where? Stop it. You guys are going to make the sales team here cream. It's okay. Everyone will just buy through the website. They won't make any commissions. Have you filled a bathtub with cash and played in it? Mattress. The fuck was that NQ candle? Bullish. It's trying to do bullish things. 18,250. Or it's just gonna fail super hard here. I hope not. I'm too long. No, it looks good. Bulls are just gonna buy calls all fucking day. Are Upstart July 19, $35 calls too far out of the money? Yes, probably. I mean, they may not be if earnings aren't that bad, but do you think Beyond has the highest chance of reaching GM? I mean, historically, Beyond doesn't generally cross Gamma Max. There's a few instances of it happening, but they're pretty rare. I'd like to request multiple of those placard sample sheets from the Sherman-Williams employee. I won't buy anything, though. I'm just autistic. Ooh, implementation. Hmm. Mm. That's nice. I like that. You ignoring me? No, what'd you say? You didn't say anything. The spreads on Upstart calls are not as liquid as I remember them being. No, they're not. Sherwin June 21, 350, 340 calls too ambitious. They haven't broken 348 before, but I still want something close. So 1 month. Hmm. I guess it's like five. What is that? Like 5 weeks? You want 7% performance in the next 5 weeks? Yeah, that's pretty ambitious. How do you predict these things? Israel says Hamas deal falls short of essential demands. They rejected it yesterday. Nice. Is it? It's at its third highest at resistance. What is? My Palantir CC was saved, but it doesn't feel like a win. The video is breaking out a little bit. Slow. It needs to get above 910. Once it gets above 910, it's got some room to run up the ramp. Don't you fucking do it, Tesla. Piece of shit, overpriced. I'm gonna put a stop on these. I'm not gonna lose money to Elon. 80. I know, NVIDIA. Solid support at 902 there, though. Oh, I don't trust that. What's your opinion on a 694 cost basis for Beyond? I can't imagine owning shares of that piece of shit. How do you feel about upstart calls 2 months out? I don't particularly like that idea. We're above GN on SPX, barely. This is what I'll say as your local paint store manager that's been following the stream for a couple years. As long as JPOC can keep lying to us throughout the end of the year, we're good. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, home building hasn't really slowed at all. I imagine paint purchases are still doing pretty well. I've liked Sherwin for a long time. I've played it a bunch. It's been very good to me. Its rallies tend to persist really well. And it looks like it's got a nice gap up to kick one off. Dividends coming up in a few days though, so I might DCA into a position. Bulls are trying to keep from losing momentum here a little bit. Yeah, they're pushing back pretty hard against the breakdown. Getting a lot of out of the money sold calls though. Ooh, that could be squeezy. Oh. Goodbye, Tesla. Yeah, getting sold calls at 210, 215. A lot of volume at 200, 205, 210. Oh, Tesla failed to break out at VWAP. just want this as a hedge, but where do I want my stop? Yeah, we're above GN on SPX, but not by much. Like $5. $7.50 maybe. Sold the fuck out of this put. How do you feel about upstart calls 2 months out? Rumors swirling the theme for Beyond Earnings tomorrow is into the unknown, doubling down on their commitment to go beyond meat. They've brought in Idina Menzel to sing and dress as Elsa. Jesus Christ. Hmm. So support at 900, 910 resistance, 915 breakout. Could stay in the video a bit longer. I think I'll close the put side of my straddle if we break 5,200. That's fucking awesome. Yeah. Yeah. That's dope. It's aggressive. It's a little aggressive. We could definitely tone it down a bit, but hold on. We need either all right, either this or no. This. I mean, I don't even really have a problem with it being aggressive. Give the gap on beyond. Not the one at 15, the one at 90. Probably not. You think NVIDIA holds 895 into the end of the week? It's got really good support at 900 now that it's clear. It still needs to break 815 to confirm a move higher, but it's well supported here. It's, you know, the MM's like long gamma. It's there's really nothing to pull it down besides maybe excessive selling of the 900 call. Snap is ridiculous. What is it running? Do I even have that on here? Oh, I do. They have news. Nope. No news. Just doing short vol things. How's positioning on SPX right now? Kind of neutral. A lot of short calls to the upside that are hard to grind through. And then, oh, see? Look at that. I think we call that Miami Heat or Cubano Flame. Kashkari speaking live now. He's probably going to say bearish things. Is Apple dead? Eh. It's not very alive. Are you long out of the money Apple calls again? God damn you. Options prices on XSP started to rocket before the move by about 3 to 5 minutes. Weird. Maybe there was ARB. Did you enter any Apple credit spreads? You seemed hesitant yesterday. I have not, as a matter of fact. I still want to see like a test of 180, 180, 50. And then I want to see what the options chain looks like around that point. It might be tempting, but it might not. Bulls are pushing back on SPX again. If Beyond Rayleigh reaches GM, how do we spot a potential top of any future run? It does usually break gamma neutral. It has on occasion broken gamma max. It's just rare. You just take profits as time passes instead of trying to nail the top of the run. Are you cutting upstart positions before earnings? Largely, yeah. I might leave a few runners for fun, but sign up for Equinox's new 40K membership. Calls on protein bars. Not unless they're gonna kick out all the fucking fitness influencers, or I get like a private gym. Did we test the NQ trend from ages ago yet? We broke up through it yesterday. Like the long-term trend. We were sitting just above it today. We're at the next resistance to the upside of that trend right now. And that's what we're testing at 18,250. So far it hasn't broken out. But it looks like it's good too. And then the upside of that move is 18,520. Bulls are getting a little weak here. Delta goes negative at 87, 86, 87. Which is like right here. Interesting. Has VIX correlation ever come down and juiced back up like it did on your chart? Yeah. Yeah. Right before it mean reverts. Usually the high, well, either the high or like the second highest point comes right before correlation picks up markedly. Ooh. You don't think bulls can hold this up till June, do you? Maybe. Hold it up is a lot different than pump it to 5,400. I think holding it up might be possible. Getting a lot of upside out of it, maybe not. It's the correlation between VIX and cash VIX. Big VIX futures. VIX futures contract in front and cash VIX. To be clear, you think bulls will be able to keep it up until June? No, I think they could though, if necessary. I don't think it's impossible for that to happen. It'd be difficult, probably very choppy, but I would say the more likely scenario is that we get some sort of correction on the back half of this. And inflation remains hot. Bull's ability to keep it up is iffy. Well, so there's some problems, right? That we didn't. It's not something we really had to deal with before. The first big problem being that they've already massively oversold like vol, right? They piled into vol so hard that we hit an all-time high, but with the index like an all-time high in Vega exposure on SPX, but the index was, you know, still 2.5% lower than its all-time high. So that they piled into a lot of short vol without getting a lot of upside in order to protect their risk. Which meant that most of the money they've spent so far has had to be in the money calls to defend those positions versus out of the money calls to pump the market. And so what they need now is they need to crush realized volatility back to the point where they can buy out of the money calls very, very cheaply. If they're able to do that, if they're able to get realized vol back under control, and build out some out of the money positioning alongside the defensive positioning, then they may be able to stabilize this within like $100 range from spot. 50, $100 range from spot. If they can't though, if they don't get realized vol back under control, they're gonna have to give up some ground, and try to sell more vol again. Also, they need to de-risk a lot of the short vol that they've sold to make any of that possible, which is going to create some pretty wild chop. Fortunately, they'll be able to de-risk it above gamma neutral, where the market maker will absorb some of the volatility they create by pulling back those positions. But only if they can get us enough above gamma neutral that it can act in that manner, like that the MM will act to support their positioning, right? So it's complex. But if they complete all of those goals, they could stabilize it for a little bit of time, I think, until the Fed makes another decision, possibly. But that still depends on how bad inflation is. And you're talking possibly two separate prints. Over that the entirety of that time period, one of which is going to change the base effect in healthcare costs, um, which currently are like a deflationary metric. But after the base effect rolls over, they become very inflationary. Healthcare costs have gone up substantially, but the way they're currently being measured is not reflecting the current price of healthcare. I mean, I don't think they can spin that. They're just trying to buy time. It's all just buying time. SPX Strangle 5200, 5225, 5200, 5205. It's probably a condor versus just a straight short strangle. So I would say the 205 is the long call, the 200 is the sold. Haven't they been buying time for a while? Yeah, they keep increasing their Vega exposure. Yeah. I mean, it trimmed back a little bit on our correction. Stop trading with real money, Jim Martin's wife. That way you can learn as you go without blowing up your bank account. Let me be straight up with you. As a beginner, you're probably not going to be ready to trade real money for about a year, maybe more. What's a good paper trading source? IBKR. I think WeBull has paper trading. I don't know if it does options. TOS is considered like one of the better ones, although I'm not sure if that's changed with the switch over to Schwab. I'm sure you can just Google it. I haven't paper traded in a long time, and the platforms have changed. I'm like 5 years in and still shouldn't be trading with real money. It takes some time and discipline. Webull has it, but you can't use stops, so you can't use all the tools. Webull doesn't have. Oh well, it has stops. It doesn't have like trails or anything like that. Webull paper trading recently added stop limits. Oh, okay, cool. Why would you need to practice with stops anyway? Aren't you supposed to use them with real money? Yes, but I mean, you could still practice with them because you should get in the habit of setting stops. I mean, I will say this: the best paper trading platform is generally just a pen and paper. Some currency arbitrage in a country that has been in a 30 plus year stagflationary environment is helpful for new traders too. Nvidia bullish over 910. Yes, hits the ramp at 910. And that ramp could see a test of 20 or even 30 potentially. Above 30 it starts to get kind of choppy to 950, but it is filling in. There are out of the money options being bought there. On paper I'm up 1,000,000%. Heavily biased. Paper trading, this is incredible. I mean, it's a lot better than most platforms because you can write down. I mean, all you need to do is write down your entry and exit, right? But you can also write down the conditions, the strategy that you were going for, what your target was, and then you can figure out how far off your target you ended up being when you got stopped, and you can modify your entries, right? Oh, fuck yes. I mean, don't show anyone that. Mm, that's the good stuff. No, absolutely not. People don't get a choice. They're either cool or they're losers, right? I need to set a stop on this. Hmm. Falls turning up. Well, I guess it depends on how far NVIDIA is going to pull back. I do have a week. Yeah, maybe I can just get out of my 0DTE put, keep the NVIDIA call. That's fun. Okay, I'll just do that. Do you have any tips on timing entries for 0DTE credit spreads? Lately, I've just been waiting 1 to 2 hours after market open to establish ranges. Hmm, that's not a bad way of handling it. Sometimes there's an advantage to just opening them right at market open or the day prior, depending on, where we are in the range and what resistances or supports we are near. So something to maybe think about. I've been watching you for quite a while, 2 years. One thing I have done is kind of follow your strat and sell CC on my GME. I brought my cost basis down like 10-ish bucks. Thanks, DGens. That's fucking awesome, dude. Well done. I know you've been around forever. I haven't forgotten you. Do you think beyond earnings could just provide a bunch of liquidity from selling and more potential to drive this down? Earnings seems like they will be bad, somewhat predictably. Yeah, I think earnings could, even if earnings is bad, it could just provide a bunch of liquidity for them to cover and ultimately be bullish. That's what happened last time. They were really short on liquidity going into earnings. Earnings was fucking terrible. Price rocketed because they were able to use that excess liquidity to cover. Then the next day, they started bringing the price back down. That happens on GME a lot too, or while it was when earnings were a little bit more anticipated. Which is likely why Ryan Cohen was scheduling earnings around OPEX when the stock was at its most illiquid. I mean, I'm sure he has some idea of that. That's why he always puts earnings in like the T+2 period or the ETF FTD period. So that's on China for the next 6 months. I would say it's still pretty iffy. Some of their manufacturing PMIs have looked a little weaker recently. If they cut rates, yuan's gonna drop hard. And in order to really take the next leg of their recovery, they need to start cutting rates back on their at least their short-term lending facilities. And I'm not seeing that they're in a position to do that yet. Beyond gonna ramp tips today or what? I mean they fucking stuffed the breakout pretty hard this morning. It may take the rest of the day just for it to turn around. Especially if volume stays moderately low, which it is. It's still pretty low. GoEV's doing a little stuff, bouncing back. Ooh, nice. Should I use this opportunity to pick up some $3 calls? Hmm. Maybe. Nvidia broke 910. Well, tips are touching on what? They almost touched in the pre-market. And then they shorted the fuck out of it at market open. But this can turn around pretty quick. Yesterday they were just contracting. They hadn't crossed over yet. Check GoEV tips. She's getting hot. Ooh. I mean, they're not moving much. It's a nice little bounce, but they're not really moving much. We're just kind of mean reverting, right? Now we go to 920. I'd like to see us get a little bit more above 910. But yeah, 920 would be the next upside resistance. When do you go EV to hit 100 by ER earnings? That's ridiculous. Are you out of your mind? Any thoughts on Rivian? It's like slightly bullish. It's okay. I'm not really impressed by it. It got fucking hammered today. QEV almost right back to flat. It's in balance, as all things should be. What are you expecting from GoEV next week? Nothing? But it's on Reg Show, so something could happen. Maybe this was just the dip before the rip, right? When are they going to juice us the other way? Not anytime soon. Looks pretty full bull.
Might get rejected at 5,200. Might not. Will my one Jan 26 7C make up for my entire trading career? No. Remember, it took Upstart 6 months to run from roughly the same position, and that was a better company. $3 CCs closing on GoEV. I think it's just bouncing. Should probably relax. It's a nice bounce, but it's not a lot of covering or anything going on. So 50.97.50 rejection. No, no real bearish momentum off of this yet. Could just stay flat at 95. No problem, man. I don't know what you're talking about, Lawrence. They're trying to hit my NVIDIA stop. Is it that close? Well, I don't know what contract you have. Bullish quarter two, bearish quarter three. I don't think quarter two is going to be all that bullish. I think a lot of this rally is propped up on hopium. Hopium that will be ruined by inflation being still higher. I answered you. It's correlation between VIX and cash VIX. Likelihood of beyond testing 9 this week. Looking pretty good. Some sold calls at 850 have been building, so if those can get squeezed off, I would say it's a pretty straight shot to 9 and above delta neutral. At which point the market maker is going to start rotating their hedge. I mean, they've already kind of started above 750 and 8, but more so above delta neutral. Remember, there's still a shitload of calls at 750 and 8 that are in the money that are underwater right now. And so a lot of the early stage of the breakout is already kind of complete. We're just looking for the next leg up, which may come with earnings, unfortunately. And then that might just blow out all the liquidity, but that's what happened last time. Are you gonna set a stop on your NVIDIA call? I don't know. It expires Friday. I'm pretty confident that once it hits this ramp at 9:15, it can keep going. GoEV looks very similar to NVIDIA. Is there any correlation there? No. How would you characterize the 5200 straight today? I think it's sold. I think the 5205 is bought. Anyone holding strong there is at risk of getting squeezed out, or they hold strong. Right? That's a distinct possibility. There is an auction at 1 p.m. There was another auction. I think there was a 42-week auction earlier, but no one gives a shit about that. I think we have the 3-year. Yeah, 3-year at 1 p.m. Keeping rates right where they are for longer than the public expect is much more likely than raising rates. Kashkari, 1141. We may need to be more patient. It seems like we'll go sideways for a while. The U.S. economy is in a good place. In March, I jotted down 2 rate cuts of the year. It's possible we'll stay at 2 or go to 1 or 0 for the June SEP. I need to see multiple readings on inflation to be confident to cut rates. If inflation becomes embedded, we may hike if needed. New lease rates seem to have ticked up. That's a little concerning. The jobs report on Friday was softer than expected, but not soft. If we see a marked labor weakening, it could spur a cut. Raising rates is not the most likely, but I can't rule it out. If disinflation comes again, or we see marked weakening in the job market, that might lead to rate cuts. The most likely scenario is we stay put for an extended period. Yeah, that sounds about right. Honestly, it seems like the most realistic take of any of the other Fed governors. In the past, you said it took 6 months for Upstart to make its big move. Once you recognized the situation it was in, wouldn't the reverse split on GoEV put a little extra pressure on the shorts? That's possible, and that's why I have both near and long dated positions. And I'll probably continue to leverage like near term catalysts on GoEV while adding to the longer dated position. The 3-year will crash the market. It's over, bros. I highly doubt it. Kashkari, TLDR. We might do something. We might not do something. Things are hard but not hard. Soft but not soft. Strong but weak. Weak but strong. Exactly. I told you he's practicing to take over for JPOW. With 51.95, I bought it open is edging hard. I want to believe in the Bulls, but that's a big fucking wall, and we didn't break it open like yesterday. Also, they really need to bring realized vol down, like substantially. It's still trending up above implied vol over the 30-day window. And if they could do that, they could get out of the money calls cheap enough, or they could actually leverage them up in size. Also, if they do that, I will be buying much more calls on SPX. Regarding healthcare, CPI, PPI, what's to prevent them from just adjusting how they measure or present the data so the bad number doesn't go up? I mean, they adjust it all the time, but they're not. I don't think they're gonna. It's first of all, it's a different government entity that publishes the reports, right? They have no reason to lie about the information. It's just a survey, and then the sources of the survey are cited in the survey, so they would have to manipulate the entire survey, which would be somewhat difficult. And even if they like, I think it's already weighted about as favorably as it can be. And if they shift the weighting around, the desired effect may not be realized, right? Like I think the current seasonal adjustments are very beneficial to low inflation already. Since nothing is happening, I have a question. Is Argentina fixable? Probably not. Holy fuck, they're fucked. Yeah, they're in a bad spot. They have been for a long time. Not a failed state, but definitely circling the drain. Just assume you're always being lied to by everyone all the time. Yeah, pretty much. No, things still look bullish. They're not. I don't think they need to squeeze them. I think the 15s are long. I mean, there's like a little bit of resistance between 10 and 15, which is what it's struggling with right now. But I think that's the 920s might be sold, but I'm not really sure the 915s are. Why are GoEV $4 calls more expensive than the 350? I don't know. Spread's probably fucked up. Panera's getting rid of their death lemonade. Oh no. You mean the one that's just as strong as a standard energy drink? Why don't fat people with severe heart conditions just stay away from caffeine? So you think uppies today? I mean, I think we have resistance at 5200. I think we could break it potentially. There's no bearish momentum. Are the wick patterns on Fubo a sign of low volume, wide spreads? We used to refer to it as whale teeth. That's high frequency trading generally. So just lots of participants trading the spread. You mean to tell me these 5 Celsius a day is bad for my heart? Probably. Gork, they're boring me to death. Avenge me. It's gonna be a boring day. Unless we get a breakout at 52 or a breakdown of 5180. We're pretty trapped. You think Nvidia hits 1K this week? No, my upside target on Nvidia is only like 950. I think the only way they break 1,000 is at earnings. There's just not even positioning for that right now. And what's the chart showing a wick down to 825 on the 1-day time frame? What, today? Maybe there was a trade in pre-market that gapped the spread or something. How long do you think it would take you to become fluent in Mandarin? I don't know. I've never tried. Any radical if Gherk was in charge ideas to fix their economy? The whole situation is so interesting to me. I'd just do what they're probably very likely to do and invade my neighbors. Pillage their natural resources, try to get my economy back online. My bank just told me you took more money from me, so can I get a sign to stop me falling asleep? Happy 2 years, Pickleman. Thank you so much, Evans. What song do you want? You know what? I'm not gonna let you choose. Oh, it's too early for that. This feels appropriate.
We don't give a shit about theta, it's pure science, just look at the data. Less than $30 for a 510 call, just do the fucking math, it'll make your wife's bank account crawl. And once you get that itch, open up the calculator, realize you're gonna be rich. Might just be my fiscal immaturity, the definition of financial irresponsibility. Just when you least expect it, surprise 100x gain just on your initial investment. What you gonna do, take your profits and walk? I said fuck no man, I'm gonna use that leverage to cock it, lock it, double down and profit, show my gains to Gert like a first place ribbon on a science fair project that he didn't help me with, cause technically can't. Kung Fu, Rumple, Dr. Something Dinosaur, Delta Strike, Eric D, Pickle Morty's hugging me, Dungston, Parks Car, Salmonella, Smock Spots, Cat Doc, Army Vent, Jay Wallin on Trash Stands, Nutsack, Windmill, Corn Trader, Moon Moon, Dan Work, Renzer, Long Boy, Optimist, PHL, Black Dilla, Snow Case, Saber, YG, Bourbon, and that bear named Data, Wayfarer, Dandelion, Walford, Danley, Wardeck Concrete, Dave of the Pigeon Whales Diet, Birdman, Buff Dan, JG, Cybernetic Construct, Hands on the Dancing Queen, Kermit, Desperate Danny, MMON, Merc the Jerk, Darkborn, Hartley here, Intellectual Comfort, Pablo, Enthazar, Delta Strike, Woe Heavy, Donkey Dick, Tri-V, Dead, Why, Tom and Jerry.
I'm still here. I'm always here. Rip 510 gang. I mean, not rip. There's still plenty of people left. This is war, though. You're gonna lose some. Just remember that freedom isn't free. I know you're gray again, Ibed. You'll be back. And so the market crash has begun. Really? They're really shorting the fuck out of VIX right now. I think they're just trying to prevent another breakdown. Maybe not successfully. We'll see. Holy spot down, vault down, Pickle Man. Yeah, I see it. Call selling? Maybe. Have I overheld my puts to good purpose? I think they're going to try to turn it around. Full of shrapnel, but still here. I think Nutsack's still in the Discord somewhere. He drops in every once in a while. We thought Moonwind was dead. We thought he died in a horrible Tesla drowning. The vote on exemptions and the consolidated audit trail complete yet? I have no idea. Hey, look, they turned it around. Surprise. This old friend Data, he's probably heading out with his 50,000 spy Jan 2026 200 Ps in a secret cave in the Bavarian wilderness. Maybe. How much more money does the Ministry of Finance have to toss at the JPY? I don't know. I need to look up their current reserves. I don't think they've even declared how much they spent on this last intervention. So far, they've just not commented. And I'm not going to try to go in and figure it out through like time and sales. It'd be a fucking waste. I think the estimates are like 30 to 48 billion. Which would leave them still like another 200 something, 200 and change. What a Volshore for literally no movement on SPX. Oh, there was movement. It just wasn't any change in price. They boofed that drop. Yeah, they boofed the reversal in momentum. Hard. they fought back hard against that. The longer we trade sideways here and the more out of the money calls accumulate, the more gamma is getting crushed at spot, and the higher the market makers kind of like the higher the market makers hedge is moving, and it's getting closer and closer to spot. So they need to turn it around, or we slip to where the MM's like negative delta on the day. And then the short puts get squeezed instead of the short calls, which would be very, very bad for the bulls. It would set them back days, if not blow up all their positioning. Where's the no line today? It's like 189. It's pretty close to spot. That's why they fought back so hard against that dip. Yeah, well, like 188, 189. Great opportunity for buying calls though, because they got cheap as fuck. Beyond time for a breakout? I don't know. Now, intraday, it's got a little ways to go before it's dry on liquidity. You're telling me my puts have a chance. I mean, the bulls are going to do everything in their power to keep your puts from printing, but yeah, I mean, they still have a chance. If future sellers were to come in, that would be very bad for bulls right now. But I think they'll use the reversal and momentum here to try to drive it up above 5,200. Otherwise, it would just be a massive waste of money. QQQ looks distributive here. Yeah, sort of. This consolidation on QQQ is still slightly bullish. It's barely, but yeah, it's still slightly bullish. I think this is also flat. Maybe that's not. Yeah, that would be a little bit higher low. Stop hunt. Interesting. Yeah, it's nice. Good recovery on Beyond, if nothing else. Starting to slip again. Maybe bulls can't turn it around. Ooh. Huh. You know what? Options. Hmm. Carvana fraud accusations? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. Who's making them? What does it indicate if customer is going up while shares are being returned? The stack has no options. Also on reg show. I mean, you're seeing some shares being returned on the retail side, but that doesn't mean that the borrowing at the prime level isn't in excess of the shares being returned. Is this it for Beyond? Is what it? The breakout? Maybe. It's looking a little better. Alright, Gamma's Delta's slipping. A little bit. $51.90 now. Too many in the money calls pulling back. My Gary Gin 26 $3 call is up 10%. Is this MOASS? That's it. Yep. Pack it up. Amazing job, man. Interesting. So Bulls bought all of that Delta and shorted the fuck out of vol. Now it's slipping. Bulls really set themselves up to get squeezed to the downside here a little bit. I don't know if they'll be able to save it or not. And momentum's not particularly in their favor. And the ES rejection at 52.20 is starting to pick up steam. If more volume comes in on sell side there, this could slip really hard. Really, TLT is down from its high earlier, which wasn't that impressive. It was up like $1. I don't have any cat calls. I didn't enter them. I went long Nvidia instead, which worked out. I closed that. I only closed it because the indexes look weak. I didn't close it because I think Nvidia's in a particularly bad spot. Is this a good entry for puts? If it breaks down, yeah. Might not. There's some weakness, which could turn into something more substantial. Through your auction, break the monotony? Maybe. Oh, don't forget we have the 3-year auction coming up. I'm sure Bulls could hold this up for 5 minutes. Future sellers trying to take this down. They may come in here. And if they do, it could be pretty devastating. The MM's like hedged at like 188, 189. And if Delta slips negative, which it could, on a drop below that level, there's not a lot of support, which I mentioned a bunch of times last night and this morning. There's just the support up here is very weak. Bulls might have gotten a little too greedy yesterday, leveraging up the out of the money positioning without building up substantial defenses first. And so if we lose this level, and then we lose 75, it's pretty wide open all the way down to 50. That would push volatility up quite a bit. The auction isn't 3 years from now. It's a 3-year auction. Yeah, Tesla looked like shit today. I'm glad I got out of it. I tried to play the bounce back above 82 and it just like failed at VWAP. The auction doesn't take 3 years. God damn it. It's a 3-year note. The duration of the instrument being sold is 3 years, not the time of the auction or the date of the auction. The date of the auction is today. The auction will take like 2 minutes. It's the 4-year treasury auction. We don't have those yet, Dork. Yeah. Fed bids 7.3 billion. How can we bid? TreasuryDirect.com. When GME negative 20% could take a little while. I mean, and as long as indexes are going up, it's going to be hard to drop it very much, right? Vol's quite high. They're going to need to get that under control. We aren't expecting fake meat to have good earnings tomorrow, right? I don't see why we would expect that. I'll bid if they give me a 20% interest rate. I thought you bought treasuries from ComputerShare. Can you? I don't even know if that's something they offer. 4.608% before $58 billion action. Well, 50.7 after the Fed bought theirs. We'll see. Kind of floating back to the midpoint a little bit here. Oops. Bid to cover 2.63. High yield 4.605. So no tail, but very close. Bid to cover slightly improved. A little more demand on longer duration. I wonder how the market's gonna ingest that. Nvidia stock? At resistance. If QQQ fails here, though, it'll probably drop. Nvidia is extraordinarily index exposed. If you had to pick 3 stocks to long for the next 15 years, what would they be? I have to put all my money in them? Can I say the 10, 20, and 30-year treasury? PBR would not be on that list. No tail, but very close. It's the story of my life in the early 2000s when the bars closed at 4 a.m. and the lights went on. I mean, you could always go home and bid to cover yourself, though. Do you own 1,000 contracts on any of the stocks we follow? No. 1,000? No. Lily, Nvidia, Dole. Nah. There goes Vol. Running back up again. Dylan. AT&T Tootsie Roll Go EV. I might get AT&T. It's a good compounder. Hmm. If we manage to move away from this level, it's 50 to the downside, 25 to the upside, 75 and 50 to the downside, 25 to the upside. This is a good thought exercise. It's not that good. I probably won't answer it. There's not a lot in the market right now that I would want to go long on for 15 years. Jeppy? No, I wouldn't go long cat at 350. Not for like a long-term hold. I saw the thing you sent me, yeah. I went to the link. You sent 5 of the same link. I did click the buttons. Did you do all the things and have to change your underwear? The underwear change is forthcoming. Oh, what the fuck is that? You might want to point this out. Ask them if that's how they want, because it might be okay. I sort of fuck if we find support again. For 15 years, you have to have healthcare like Lily, defense like knock, then one wild card. Oh, that's not the healthcare I would choose. Cyclical drug manufacturers' returns over time tend to be bad. Look at Pfizer. maybe like UNH or Humana, but not Lily. And for 15 years, I don't know if I'd necessarily trust the current status quo of health insurance to last that long. What? I mean, I don't know what's going on between them, but I'm not picking Drake. Humana, UNH, and CVS all dropped because they're getting less. They're getting less money from. Oh, what's it called? It's just a government program. Fucking hold on. The per member Medicare premiums from the Medicare Advantage group. That hit all three of them pretty hard. Although Humana's last earnings that turned around a little bit. Might be willing to wait for that test. A little bit of a turnaround, a little bit of a vol short, but not nearly as strong. Damn, it's picking up a bit. It's a downside gap. $6 for hour range for 2 hours. Yeah, we're kind of in a shitty spot. For defense, what do you think of Basie? Is that the Australian, like, Submarine manufacturer. Military services. I know that's a different one. That's ASC. BAESC one. Look like above trend growth. Earnings are solid. Payout ratio is not too bad. Balance sheet's okay. Cash flows are solid. Seems fine. Not really sure you're getting them at much of a discount at the current price. Could be a nice grab on a decent pullback, though. Well, price range is good for it. I feel like if you could get it in the 60s, that would be a great deal, but maybe like 62 to 64 would be pretty decent. If we get a crash, that might be worth picking up. If short calls at 5200 start closing, would we see VIX up, market up? Yeah, that's usually what happens. You get like spot up, VIX up when if short calls start squeezing. How's tomorrow's positioning looking? Too early. I don't think it's worth checking out yet. Another bounce. Just constantly trying to avert breakdowns. It's like all that's happening here. Weird that volatility is trimming back on Beyond despite it pushing 830. Someone's trying to short vol at 850 still. Odd. Running out of liquidity a little bit. Might be out of liquidity towards power hour. Either that or the spreads are narrowing, which is also possible, I guess. Cat looks okay for an entry. It needs to push just a little bit higher to break out. It's not in a bad spot. It's got like a little bit of a reversal, but it may pull back a little before moving higher. I'd either watch the breakout at 350 or look for a retest of like 43 or 44. I rarely trade shares of anything. I wonder if bulls have enough of a leg up here to actually keep pushing. NVIDIA is still retesting. Hmm. It's the ES test there. 52.25. Still low volume.
A bit of a rejection.
Ever play XLY? Is that the consumer discretionary one? Shares? It's kind of a liquid. Happy Cinco de Bolmeo. Do you think that was FTDs on GoEV earlier, or just returning borrowed shares? May have been returning borrowed shares. Might have just been mean reversion off of the bot, like in the money bot calls. Holy shit, this is boring. Kashkari's talking again? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Buddy plays it because he's in finance. His choices are limited. OI looks awful. Maybe he's just playing shares. Is he short on cash? Trying to get those speaking fees to get up his alpha? He has leap puts on consumer discretionary. That's reasonable. I mean, if he plans on exercising them, I don't see why not. As long as you can get a decent fill. Can you share your thoughts on AMKBY? Yeah. If the economy starts to turn around at some point, shipping will probably stabilize, as will their revenues. I don't think they're going anywhere. Like, it's very unlikely that they're going to go out of business anytime soon. It's more that they're just very cheap right now, and they could be worth much more in the future. But I exited most of my AMKBY, so be aware of that, because the near-term spike in like the near-term spike in shipping costs pushed it up like 30%, so I took a bunch of profit. I did buy in back at 716, and I still had 25,000 shares left over, so I think I have like 35,000 shares now. Although if they do hit a growth cycle, their dividend will probably suffer. Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, Beyond's breaking 30. Just a little bit up on the day. That's a good start.
See how those tips look. Starting to contract. A little bit. Flattening out at least. Kashkari is a lizard demon. I learned this on Infowars. Oh, okay. The stream started an hour behind. I didn't realize it till now. That sounds about right. Today's been pretty flat. There's the test of the sold calls. If they can keep pressure up here, they might be able to start squeezing them off. Video broke out a little bit. Still not sure we're gonna get a breakout on S&P here. That's a big move up. That looks pretty bullish. Oh, maybe. Meatball's pushing up against the lid again. Yeah, they're fighting very, very hard. It's kind of tempting. Puts are like double the price of the equivalent call. Where's the Beyond Meatball in relation to the hedgy cannoli? It's like squeezing out of the top of the lid. Ouch. Beyond's looking pretty good. Hmm. Options 850 on the weekly, 2,300 contracts. Delta's at 0.51. 321% implied vol. Hmm.
This breakout looks like it's failing again. I can't believe it's only 1:30. It feels like the day should be about over. What's looking pretty good? Not much. Did you get calls on Drake getting shot after your discussion on the topic yesterday? His security guard got shot today. I didn't get calls on him getting shot, but I did say that it would be more dangerous for him to go to the club moving forward. So you're to walk into a windfall of 45 million, 4 to 5 million. Would you still do this every day, or pay someone to do it for you and go play? I have I have more money than that. But above what you have, no. That's like, I mean, for an individual, that's a decent chunk of change, but it's really not that much money. Thoughts on UNH or HUM longer dated short with the thought that lowering drug costs was a campaign promise and the CMS negotiating drug reduction act comment period closes July 2nd. Possibly worthwhile. Yeah. Hard to position for though. He'd YOLO cat calls. Not if you want to own a yacht. Exactly. Yeah, I'd still play the game. You start talking about figures above like 100 million, and things would probably change. But I would just play a different game. Like it's really not like once you get to a certain point, it's really not worth trading actively anymore. I mean, maybe occasionally on really certain bets, but once you're above like 100, 200 million, There's better investments. Seems like government gutting the insurance company is the easy target, though. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm not so bullish on healthcare in the long term. Some things I would be, like hospice care, retirement care, that kind of stuff, I'd be interested in long term, but a lot of that's not covered by insurance anyway. I mean, you gotta no, because you gotta get into like companies before they go public. You gotta invest in like private companies, right? You can buy out smaller companies. There's just a bigger game to be played at that point. You know, you just turn your straddles into $1 million positions if you're getting 100 mil. I mean, that wouldn't be very big. Would you make a company, say Online Dragon Inc. LLC? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? You're telling me that selling 1,000 contracts on SPX isn't that easy? Say it ain't so. I mean, it's not always easy to get the liquidity you need. Am I gonna have to re-enter these fucking pets? This is gonna piss me off. Yep. God, if it bounces again, I'm gonna be so pissed. Oops. There's the short vol. Maybe not enough delta to back it up, though. Ooh. Bulls rugging bulls? A little bit. Still need to lose 95 and 90. But things get bearish at 90 now versus 88, which I think is a more attainable target. Every fucking time, man, they just short the shit out of vol when we get to the bottom. That's so annoying. It was just some dork DM'd me. Buy 10k calls on something like shrimp. It doesn't have calls. Buy out shrimp for $2 a share. No. Any long-term REITs you like? I'm still in Alexander's, but just because I've always been. All my other REITs I sold off when financial conditions started to get tight again, and I shorted O. I remember like 2 months ago when I was like, this is a good time to short REITs. Ooh, NQ slipped a little. Nice. What range does this rejection have on SPX? Well, given that everything starts to break down at 50.90, I want to say 51.90. Long REITs at the bottom in 3 years. Yeah, maybe. I did really well on Extra Space. As a company, I like them, but I already closed out my position there. If it goes back to like 100 or sub 100, I would probably look towards buying it again. I think real estate investing is garbage. Not only for risk, but returns are terrible. There it is. Fucking bears just gapped it down. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Twizzler. Yeah, it looks spicy when the bulls failed to recover it here. I didn't know it was gonna be that spicy. Should have bought more puts. If we fail to regain 90 on this bounce, it's gonna go down even harder. QQQ option spreads are wild sometimes. Ooh. Yeah, just dipped below the negative delta there. Bulls are trying to reverse it, but they might not be able to. Holy shit. That's so fucking cheap. much range does this have? Quite a bit. Huh. Retest of the trends at 5200 ES. Maybe a little bit of support at 5210, which is still like $3 more to the downside. I mean, there's no support, remember? We talked about this a bunch earlier. 85 is kind of the last line of support, and then Gamma's just flat all the way down to like 5160. Bulls might try buying in the money calls, but they just did that, and those are about to go back out of the money if we break 85 here. The lower low on this is pretty bearish, and the market maker is negative delta on the 0DT now. And falling. Like, delta's falling off. There's some like knee-jerk profit taking, but not very much. What's happening? We gotta break out of that fucking shitty range. Hopefully we get a continuation too. You know, just snap right back into it, because that would suck. I think bears have an opportunity to be a little bit aggressive here on the 0DT at least. Put buying is so much more impactful at this price. What did this fucking thing open at today? Well, that's not accurate. So if we get above $6, the short puts at 85 will squeeze. Or start squeezing. I wonder what that looks like for the 80. Hold on. The 80s might already be starting to squeeze off. I'll buy anyone's puts. Silly. Didn't you buy a 5185p earlier? I think I had a 5090 earlier at one point, but I got stopped out of it. Maybe at an 85. They're trying to keep these from squeezing off because VIX could go back to 14. Watch 85 really carefully. It's probably smart to draw in stops here, because this is where bulls need to bounce it to prevent their positions from getting squeezed off. It's like $6 on this contract, $5 on that one. And if you're long these, they'll short the 80 first. Nice. GME's inverse SPX. It's probably the MM picking up inventory while active funds sell off. crashing the market to stop beyond tips. It's not working. So ES caught like a little bit of support at 5208.50. I think it left a gap. I don't know, it didn't. Maybe it did. No, no gap. Never mind. We got this back under control. Not yet. But I could go long the call. They're shorting vol hard enough, they're probably going to reverse it. Glad I got out on a video when I did. I've been turned into a downturn too many times this spring and lost money on options. I've resolved that we're going to see a new all-time high before significant downs. That's possible. And likely, actually. But let's see if they can reverse this first. It's back to 95. What if rates are sufficiently restrictive? They're not. Homeowners in shambles when you say their house is a garbage investment. It's not that it's garbage, it's just the returns are shitty. Comparatively, right? Like, I mean, like I made 100% on Beyond in 7 days. And it takes, I mean, historically, it takes like 9 years of owning a house to make that much money. And you sell? Homeowners don't sell. Yeah. Rather own than rent. That's fair, I guess. Oh, but that comes with its own bag of shit, right? You've got to handle repairs and I own a house right now. It sucks. It's just a money pit. Was that the rug pull you saw yesterday? Like the setup? No, the setup's a little bit different. Yesterday we were above the sold calls, like right off the bat. First thing in the morning, we bounced above the sold calls. Today we didn't, which changed the dynamic quite a lot. May continue to change the dynamic if they're not able to get traction enough to reverse this here. Like this is definitely not a guaranteed V. We're back below gamma neutral too, don't forget. Gamma neutral's here at 189. Yeah, they just shorted the shit out of vol and we're failing, which is pretty bad. QQQ is the first to show some signs of weakness. Put a stop there. 180. Should open this up for a double bottom. I probably need to go like 160. Oh well. Rather get stopped out sooner. Bond's doing fine. A little bit of netting while the market drops, but I get stopped out on Amazon. I still think those 85 and 80 calls or puts are going to squeeze, and they just sold more of them too. Ooh. That's tempting. Just those two strikes. I mean, they're very at risk at these levels. And what could happen there is like even though some participants are willing to double down on their short puts there, others might not be, right? And so smaller entities running for the door can kind of pull the rug on the bigger entity that's willing to keep leveraging that same strike. Shorten them again. Down 25 bips. VIX flat. Well, VIX spiked, right? They've just been shorting vol ever since the drop. They're trying to build like a lower floor, but I'm not sure they're not just going to get squeezed out. Nothing like the market constantly being a knife edge of infinite risk. I mean, They had to stabilize things, right? We were getting way too close to crashy times. That one day that like VIX closed at like, what was it, 17 something? Or the 2 days VIX closed at 17 something? That must have been awful for them. Carvana made a little red candle. Today is a good day. Nice. That whole sell off and it dropped 8 cents. 80% of farmers overpay, overimprove, overprice when selling, all destroying their returns. Surprise, surprise. Ooh, shit. Now you need a line at the intersection. It's just the point at which it crosses zero. Yeah, it's super easy. My only defense is I make consistent money on my rental properties. I'm losing money so far being a newbie in stocks. I'm hoping I learn to start making enough here to sell those and be done. Fair. I mean, you can do very similar things with stocks that you can do with real estate, right? Like unlike long-term holds, you can sell covered calls to extract a yield, which is, similar to getting paid rent, right? I make 100% every week. That's the difference. What's up with VIX plummeting, making new lows, and indexes still going down? How does that work internally? I mean, that's them shorting vol into falling markets. Which is, risky. It's very risky. They're doubling down, tripling down on vol control in order to prevent this from slipping. Which I mean, this tells you a lot about how weak their position is to the downside, right? That seems kind of dumb. Live to die another day. Yeah, it's pretty risky. Like right now, they're selling the 85 and the 80 put, right? They're the at the money. They're both at the money. If we slip, the puts that they're selling right now are going to squeeze out. They're going to have to close them, which then puts the 75, 70, 60, 65, like 65, 50, 55 puts that they've been selling all week at risk. And they've been selling them further and further out as they gain confidence, and so the vega on those is like exponentially increasing as they sell them longer and longer dated, right? Yeah, well, if we fall below them, VIX spikes because the goes incrementally longer and longer vega. Beyond, believe it or not, before Beyond reaches its peak price, it's going to go both up and down in price, probably a bunch. You stop. I mean, I don't understand why you guys feel the need to comment on every fucking 8 cent move and beyond. I mean, I know today's boring, but it's not that fucking boring. They're like, Gherk, my weekly options are down 60%. They're up 100%. Okay, they're back down 60%. Don't buy weeklies. Yeah, 85 keeps slipping. This isn't a great position for them. Also, because of all the sold calls, it's very hard for them to build gamma above this range. So they need gamma. They need a bunch of positive gamma for the market maker to hedge up and reverse this back to a point where, the is neutral again, right? Or above or positive. Um, except there's a shitload of sold calls at 51.95, 5200, and the hedging of those sold calls is crushing the short-term gamma when people are trying to. So if you try to buy a 51.90 right now, you're gonna push the ask up, right? And then call sellers are gonna come in and crush it again. And so if you say you want to buy like 20,000 of the 51.90 and try to reverse this drop, you're gonna pump the fuck out of that call, and then all of the call sellers are gonna pile onto it and sell it, crush your spread, and destroy your call. And all the gamma that the would have hedged just gone, right? It's a really like mechanically it's a really interesting position for them to be in. And this is the effect of like call selling when we run into a resistance. Is the kind of stops hedging when you get close to those big call walls anyway, because that's like where they're neutral, right? All the options are right there. And so then call sellers start coming in and they start pushing the gamma down. And the more they push it down, the more likely it is for the to start dropping delta off of their hedge, because the gamma that they had to hedge is now dropping, right? Is the meatball in the sauce? No, not yet. It's falling towards the sauce. The break point, I think, for that is at like 75, and then it just goes whoop right down. So we still got about $10 more we need to drop to really fucking get this party started. Oops, they're underwater on all the puts they sold. Yeah. Which is it's gonna pressure the rest of their positioning too, right? So if we're thinking this is primes doing this, and they're long treasuries, short dollar, short oil, their margins are getting squeezed out on SPX. That's gonna pressure the rest of their margins as well. Unlike you, I'm still holding GME. Congratulations. What's going on with it this week? It went up, now it's going back down. Might do that in like a $1 range a few more times, and then it'll go back down because it's a piece of shit. This is the critical goon line. This is when your goon and your edge turn into an accident, dork. Ah, shit. Don't yell at the ticker. It's the owner of the ticker's fault. They wanted to DRS. My Riz? It's Riz. My Riz can't handle this level of skibidi, for sure. Hope you brought a sock. Jimmy to 18. Get in, losers. Why do we have to do this every time? It's getting old. Like the first few times it was like fun. It's like who's gonna be right, Gherk or the GME Bulls? Now it's just come on. Don't worry, Gherk. You're not getting rid of me that easily. Damn. I tried. All the way back to 18. That's almost 10% of our cost basis. Divided by 4. 5200 Dream today is dead. I mean, no, if they get support here and they can pump it back up, the short calls might close. Give and take, ebb and flow, right? Don't assume that we're gonna get one direction like that. That's how people get fucked, Tom. Everyone assumes, oh, it's dropping and we broke through the bearish level and it's just going to drop forever, and then it reverses 60 bps into the end of the day because all of the put buyers are like, I'm going to take this money home with me. Jimmy Bull's around 27. What's the score again? Round 27. I don't know if it's round 27, but every fucking time GME moves up like $3, I have to hear about how it's MOASS and it's finally squeezing and this is the one. Gross. Shorting GME is really bad unless you're gonna short directly on the underlying like shares, or you're gonna buy like deep in the money puts with a lot of theta, which is basically the same as shorting shares. There's no news on GME, and the stock is up literally double-digit cents. Are you not asking yourself why? No, because I already know why. We've been over this. I described the mechanics and the mechanism by which GME runs to everybody like 2 fucking years ago. Everybody wanted to make more out of it than was actually there because they wanted to hold on to their bias that some kind of fucking crime was going on, which is nonsense. And here we are, 2 years later, with the same shit happening over and over and over again, and everyone's acting shocked like every time it fucking moves, something new has happened. It's okay, the super stonkers needed to hear it, Sal. They're like, oh, but Ryan Cohen made fucking flat money this year. That's gonna change everything. No, it's not. You're wrong. It's crime. Like I said, when it looks like Vol's starting to crush, I'll help Kenny short it back down. The shorts are gone. They left. There's new shorts, but you know, they have a different thesis. Glad I hedged my two beyond June 10 Cs. The SPY June 500p. Oh shit, you did it. Look at you. Now nuke. No, whatever it is, no. I'm not doing it. I'm nailing the timing on my puts today. Unfortunately, I closed them instead of open them during the 45 seconds prior to drops. Oh, nice. Well done. You need to create an algorithm that trades your opposite trade every time and just takes profit at 20%. That's it. Then you're good. You're golden. You just keep doing you, and the algo will make you money. It's the perfect solution. And then you don't have to talk to me anymore, which would be fantastic. If Jimmy stays in business, I might close his short. I have to say, Gherkin was working harder than anyone in Supersonic about the mechanics of the GME run, but now people just come back and blame Gherkin why he didn't stream the GME chart. I know. Do you ascribe any nummies to upstart short closures following any glimmer of hope in this earnings? I don't think the earnings is going to be good. I'm probably going to close my calls today. If I haven't already stopped out of them. Hold on. Nope, I'm stopped out. They're gone. Maybe I'll re-enter something tomorrow if earnings aren't dog shit, but I'm not going to play it before earnings. Let me hold on. I think I can like. They're still selling puts on these? Guys are insane. They're gonna keep doing it until we break 75, but it doesn't matter, right? Because they're getting like the positioning is getting incrementally worse for them as we move further down because they're getting deeper and deeper underwater, and the is dumping that hedge right behind them. Ooh, can we fill yesterday's gap? Possibly. That'd be crazy, but we could maybe touch it if we lose 75. Because if we lose 75, there's no more downside support. And then we run into the sold puts at 51.65. Is Todd in trouble incrementally? No. If it bounces, I would make sure that the bounce got rejected before entering puts. Pulls are so weak. Well, they don't have any defensive positioning because they tried to buy out of the money last night. Now the Beyond is down 10 cents. How's today's price action affected your outlook for Apex? They will sell puts and sell more puts, and then sell even more puts until the bears give up. That's the most likely scenario. Did I buy a gap down put for tomorrow morning at 51.75? If we drop below 175 today. Oh, a gap down put if we drop below 175 today. That's a consideration. I mean, so if we fall back into the trend, right? Try to use your risk management here. If we fall back into the trend on ES, we could drop to 50.63. That would be like a breakout rejection, right? We would fail back to the bottom of the long-term trend. We're still really far from that. And I guess there would be like some support at 51.50, but like the assumption would be if this fails that it would do that over time. Like if this was really just a capitulation rally, which it might be, right? Like there's some signs that it in fact is. And this was the peak, that would be exceedingly bearish. Is this SLD? No. No, it's not. Thanks for asking, Dork. Why are you punishing me because of your 56k dial up with these questions? What was the reason for the rip last earning on Beyond? They were pretty bad because there was some liquidity. Just enough liquidity for them to cover what they needed to, and they took advantage of it and covered. And then they got the failures low enough over the next like couple of weeks that they were able to get it off of Reg Show finally. Briefly. Call them names like super stonkers / anti-vaxxers if it makes you feel better. You think they care? Does the wealth gained from trusting authority outweigh an immune system irreparably compromised? Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate the fucking internet. Why don't you go read a book? I forgot my philosophy dictionary. What does that mean? Ooh, we're regaining 85. That's how the V starts. Dork, they quintupled down on their puts. Everything's gonna be fine again. Well, if they quintuple down on their puts, then the macroeconomic risk is gone, right? And everything's okay. Market look smaxing for real, for real. All right, that's enough out of you. We busted a close over 5,200 skirt. I don't know about that. Still just resistance at 51.95. And that's if this succeeds, right? Dealer's still negative here. Volume is decreasing. All right, so neutrals on GME are still really fucked up. That might be where we're at moving into the future too. Is that neutrals are going to become less and less reliable as there's fewer and fewer options to the downside of spot. But we did get a little bit of a bounce back in gamma after Friday's or delta after Friday's expiration. So some people bought the dip yesterday. However, not a lot of them. Gamma barely moved back up. There was a slight uptick in short vol, but it looks like that's like Vega exposure on the MM's kind of peaking. And charm is falling off, so short-dated options are taking profits. So I would say it's close to a peak at 1750, but we could still get some chop through here to the up and downside as positioning falls off and vol crushes back down again. And then once the short puts start closing and taking profit, they'll move into long short calls, right? So they'll flip from short puts to short calls. When they start flipping to short calls, that's when you're going to start to see the vol just crush out and prices start dropping consistently. It usually takes a little while. How did you do that so fast? Bulls get stability. Sorry. Not yet. Rejected at 85. They've got to get it above 85. Otherwise, they'll just keep squeezing the short calls they're selling, or short puts rather. Again, pushing it above 85, 90 really hard because of the short puts or the short calls to the upside that crush gamma. So let me try to show you this. Maybe you'll understand if I can show it to you visually. All right, so they're selling the 5200. They're selling puts. So call 5205. So call 5195. Look at this. We'll look at gamma. So see how this looks right now? So it's like 3 o'clock. So see this like hump? They've got to get over this. And so this requires an excess amount of call buying because as time progresses, the gamma in this range at 190 gets crushed, right? And the gamma to the downside at 180 expands. See? And so if they get caught down here, they can keep sliding down. And they've got to get over this to get back to the upside range. And so those short calls are responsible for this. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I can't really draw on it because it's not the right size. But this gap right here in the center, this is what short calls are responsible for, right? They're pushing the gamma up right there, right? So unless they can clear to the upside and see how that's changing, unless they can clear this, they can't get up into that higher range. My audio's not off. It is for me. Well, try unmuting me or fixing your headphones. 600 other people can hear me, but you can't. And you're yelling at me about it. That's untenable. Oh, okay. There's lag. Yeah, there's like a little bit of lag. That just kind of happens throughout the stream. Yeah, okay. Yeah, as the stream progresses, that kind of just happens. It's annoying. Can you show that again, but in full screen? Yeah. I can make it bigger. Oh, wait. Nope, that's the wrong window. So you see where spot is? Right here. So if we can get over 85, we can move quickly up to 90, right? And then from 90 to 95 is really, really difficult. So it's very hard to get us to move back this way on the other side of this. And here, locally, we have, you know, right here, we have that same resistance. It's just much smaller. And if we fall under this, hold on. If we fall under this, we're fucked. Right? Then we just slide all the way down. Something I've never thought of. What happens if you hit the dislike button? I just ban you immediately. I get a notification, and then the bot bans you. That's because you're an asshole, Bob. What app are you using to show gamma? I'm just showing the, like, I just built a position on option strat that's fairly similar to the position that we're seeing in the market. And then I'm using the gamma to kind of show how that position's affected by movement in spot and what that position does to price at spot. This is some advanced meatball stuff. Yeah, well, this is like a deep dive into the surface that propels the meatball, like the contraction in space-time that allows the meatball to move from one space to another. I'm still here. It's not working. Fuck you guys. I'm not telling you anything anymore. Good luck. Did Gherk buy the expensive Tinder plan? Yeah, immediately. The second it came out. It's like $500 a month. It sucks though. I'm gonna cancel it. I want to date pores again. It's more fun. It's full of a bunch of like girls that are influencers, mostly. As if you could ever get back to trading alone all day. We're here for you, not the other way around. Influencers don't put out. False. My wife is about to be poor, so let me know. Do you just use the free version of Option Strat? No, it's I actually pay for it. I think. But the free one's fine for building positions as long as it's, yeah, live flow. It's sort of live. I think it's like 15 seconds, but 50K followers. That's too many. When does Tinder get live flow? Short vol pulled back Quant Tarantino in a pretty obvious fashion. The same thing that drives all of GME's runs. Always. Here's the other interesting thing, right? So we could take this whole thing a step further, and you can do this and like increase the quantity of sold calls, right? And see how that reduces the path to travel to the downside, right? And then if say short vol fights back, they start to push back on this, right? And then that's what's going on here at spot, is they're kind of fighting back and forth between the short puts and the but if you start buying long calls, it has very little effect, right? So if you buy long calls at spot here and you're trying to reverse price action, you start driving like the ability to get to 90 goes up, but the ability to get above it comes down. So it becomes much harder to get like above the strike you're buying the call at, because the sold calls are killing its gamma. So see at like 192.45, 193, gamma's just flat there, right? And then it moves deeply negative. So you can't buy your way out of this, and that's why bears are having such a hard time getting the price, like V'ing the price back up. Or bulls, rather. Bulls, vol bears. Screwing with influencers, aka rich girls who claim they're influencers, but they bought 95% of their 50K followers. Yes. I mean, that's most influencers. Except me. I keep it real. My followers have only been declining over time. Perfect. Exponential decay. Like theta to the day I retire. Thanks, Dexterity. I'm never leaving. Well, you better start making enough money to pay me Pontiff every month if you want to keep hanging out. My weight is inverse my follower count. You're losing followers because the chainsaws don't work, man. I didn't sell anybody the chainsaws. It decays because we don't want to let our acquaintances in on the weirdness. Terrible. They could be weird with us. I was influenced to buy one. No, I haven't. Stash. Jimmy triple top just short of 1750. If it does not break, I might start believing in what you say and actually make money. Alright, Pyrex. Does the video chart 5-minute for today's trading look like an inverse cup and handle? Gross. And you didn't give me back that money you needed when I gave you my social security number. That wasn't me. Often cloned, but never duplicated. If you can loan me $500,000 a month, I can afford your $250K Pocahontas tier. AJ, if you ever buy Pontiff, I'm canceling the program. I'm ashamed to tell real people about the pickle jar, but I love to be here. Is this what's happening? You guys have all... You feel such a great deal of shame being a part of this? That you've never told anybody? There's no word of mouth advertising? Awesome. Oh, I tell no one. Green candle. That's accurate. Yeah, the path to 90 is pretty easy. It's just getting above 90 that's very hard. Greg, I appreciate you assuring me that it actually wasn't a scam when you wanted me to cash app you that money. I appreciate being able to loan you money at a 30% interest rate. That's Somalian, Gherk. No, but when my girlfriend sees you on the TV, she knows I've gotten back into gambling our rent again. She's a real one if she hangs out for that. $8 spread on IEX for GME. Okay. Who cares? IEX sucks. My friends laugh at me when I mention my pickle finance guy. Then they go away when I start talking about CCs and CSPs. I'm sorry to hear that. I got somebody on the line, finally. Nice keyboard sound. Mechanical? Yeah. My mother-in-law thinks you're my friend because she saw you on my screen when she was visiting. She doesn't understand YouTube, Twitch, etc. I cancel and re-up so I don't get ignored. Nice. Here's what I'll do for all of you. Boom. Yeah, take that. Provocative. Worst V ever. It's pretty shitty. I see you needed a tax write-off and a pass-through transaction all in one. This is where we're at. Teetering right on the edge of a $5 move to the upside. I forgot to strain the taco bowl, rendering the bottom layer almost inedible. Thank God I didn't look at the thing you posted. Beyond tips, close to a touch, not at all. Pretty far away from each other right now. Still being shorted. Ben, thank you so much, dude. I do need tax write-offs. That's not how that works. But I appreciate it. Guys, give Ben a shout out for hooking you up, and welcome to Cornishon.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
I didn't make anything. The DoorDash driver delivered my food to the floor below me. But I had to leave my apartment. Somehow my allergies are fucked up. It's just a great day. What did I do with my fucking allergy medication? Ah, there it is. Just walk around in an astronaut suit. It takes too much time to put it on. Are you micro cheating on us with another cult? No. Does it get harder to hold the position as the day goes by? Easier. Easier to hold the position. Well, depending on where we are. End of day prediction. Um, I would say 90, 95. If we get over 51.98, it could rock it though. I could consider it, although this doesn't look super bullish. Maybe it's just consolidating. Maybe it's failing, right? Quite a lot of range to the downside. Even just a retest gamma neutral is pretty far. GB run exhausted after today on T2 ending. No, it could bounce around a while longer. I don't think gamma max is substantially higher, so if it got another high, it would probably be fairly equivalent to the prior one. But it'll still take some time for the short puts to close out. Only like 10 minutes of any profitability. That was an awesome 10 minutes, though. What's on today's menu? I ordered some burrito quesadillas and a chicken tortilla soup. Do you guys have dinner this early? I have a bunch of shit to do tonight, so there's a good chance I won't eat again. But I either have dinner now or I have it at like 3 a.m. Gap down overnight with no news? That'd be very dramatic. No more nut mix? I still have it, but I try to keep it out of my office. Otherwise, I eat too many nuts. And I don't know if you know what happens when you grind up a bunch of nuts and then swallow them. But the effect is similar to eating large quantities of peanut butter. It's not that desirable. You turn into a nut goblin. Yes, exactly. I'm allergic to nuts. That sucks. For how much Todd's murdering Vix, they seem to be getting absolutely nowhere. Well, they're murdering Vix, which allows them to buy further dated out of the money calls for very cheap. They're moving back towards each other very fucking slowly. They shorted pretty hard this morning. So we may be a little bit off from a run, but we're getting pretty close. Super interesting. Thanks. No problem. Bob compared you to Vin Diesel. Do you know the story of how Vin Diesel got his big break? Wasn't he like a bouncer or something? How will earnings affect the run on Beyond? No idea. That's the fun part. Beyond's almost like Upstart in 2023 with the tips. Yeah, well, it's very heavily shorted, right? So liquidity is garbage. He was sexually relieving some racehorses before the Kentucky Derby, and a film talent scout said, "Wow, imagine how good this guy would look working a stick shift." Okay, yeah, I buy that. Is there any point in buying options, even longer dated ones, before 10 minutes to market close? Yes. Not all days are like this. Prove it? See these days that are longer? You know what? This will be better. Those are days where we moved up during the day. Or down during the day. Like here. Street sharks. Remember when we used to not flat into close? Oh, you mean like Jan and Feb when we would just rip into close? Every day? And December? Yes? Oh, okay. And those 2 weeks we dumped into close. That was like 2 days. That was super fun. Remember when we used to halt into close that one time? Yeah, that's exceedingly rare nowadays. It's almost like they changed all the rules to prevent it from happening. VIX 13 end of day. Looks like we're gonna get close. Jesus Christ, it's getting hammered. And it's like near term volatility too. Like VIX 3-month is only down 0.4 today. Pretty desperate. You're saying Jimmy broke the market? Fixed. It broke the market so hard that it fixed it. Aw, yes. Die, Carvana, die. You need to relax, Dork. Someone stop me before I buy 200 leaps of GoEV again. Sometimes you have to be the delta you want to see on the chain. But Gork, it's worth $3. I agree. You think you're alone? You think you've just shorted Carvana all by yourself? Silly dork. Yeah, I'm a big boy. Alright, dork, we gotta ride to the other side of this gamma curve. This is what we paid for. Are you with me? Are we going to 5205? Well, like 5192 maybe. I bought a spread for you before hoping this would happen. Or before you were hoping this would happen. Well, this is their last shot, right? Like, look. They gotta get it above 5195.37 if they want to get a close above 5200 by the end of the day. This is really not great at displaying what I want to show, but whatever. One sec. Getting tubular on the gamma wave, bruh. Just getting pitted, bruh. Like, brogish? Nice. It's too much to message in 200 characters in the YouTube chat, so I DM'd you the story on the Discord. That's amazing. Come on, Bulls. Where's my 10x return? Oh no. They failed. What a bunch of losers. Wait a second. This is their chance at redemption. Wow, they fucked it up. Embarrassing. We still have 4 more minutes for them to get it above 195. They just need to buy 5,000 of the 190 contract. I think that was just 190 calls selling off. There wasn't a stop loss on. $190 calls went $2 in the money and dumped it. What's a Carvana low PT, if any? I have no PT. It's not in Pickles Picks. I don't ask you about your personal life. I don't even ask you what you do with Dork on the weekends. Oh, come on, you can do it. The VIX looks so fucking ridiculous. Yeah, it does. Lame. So close. They almost had it. I feel like it's not good that we're closing flat on the day. I mean, good for realized vol, bad for bulls. That's it. I'm gonna dox you by finding out which of our dealers sold a chair to a centaur. I bought it on the internet. They have no idea who I am. Ding ding. The day is done. That was a hell of a vol short into close. GoEV tips are contracting a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. Still getting shorted through ETFs, though. It doesn't seem to be aligned. Beyond's starting to get there. Stayed stable today, which is pretty good given how hard they shorted it at market open. Kind of bounced back a little bit. Tips are obviously further apart than they were last night. I'm sure they're going to try to stabilize things as much as they can into earnings. And then they can take advantage of the post earnings vol crush and close out their short calls more profitably. Beyond still looking okay. I mean, there's definitely covering going on there, but it did fail the 25 mark today. I got stopped out of this. I think earnings are tonight. I may re-enter a position tomorrow if it doesn't do anything crazy overnight. GME's kind of dying down. Very, very similar to the end of the run back here in March. Might have a bit more chop left in it. I would say that Gamma Max has moved up a little, so it could still set a higher high. Remember, tomorrow morning is the end of T+2, not today. As some people have mentioned, T+2 is the third morning is when it ends at market open. So if there's still remaining liquidity or obligations that need to be covered, we could see some of that tomorrow. Similar to how we had it back here in December, where we kind of ran up, dropped a little, ran up again. Then we actually had a third run up on T+5 here before liquidity peaked, and then I think this was largely, like, this move up was largely due to indexes still climbing. And then, once they got a handle on vol, they brought it back down. And, we got pretty much shorted all the way until the current run. So I think we're probably looking at something like this, especially with conditions in the market still being pretty bullish. So there may be like a little bit of room to the upside, right? And we can chop at a higher range before failing, until those short puts are pulled back. Upstart always halts before earnings because they have a share buyback. But yeah, I would say GME's maybe got a little bit more chop or upside chop, either or, before it fails. Well, its failure probably won't be that direct, so it'll probably bleed out over time. SEX pretty flat today. Not a lot of price action going on there. We did get rejected just above gamma neutral at the 5200 mark. This may trigger a continuation into tomorrow, especially if we see short vol continue to move into those big straddle positions. and we don't clear the sold calls in the early part of the day, we could end up with like kind of another flat to bearish day. They're still trying to get realized vol back under control. Right now it's significantly higher than IV30. Today may have done quite a lot to reduce that, but they're going to need to do more of that in order to get calls out of the money cheap enough to continue to drive price up on the indexes. On futures, we moved a bit closer to retesting the trend, but haven't yet. A pullback to trend after this rejection wouldn't be unheard of. And then, you know, support at the trend or just below the trend into another move to the upside. Is usually kind of how these break down. If this were to fail and then continue to fail, however, that could be very bearish. And so we'll see how that goes. Obviously, the downside is not well defended here, and not gaining further upside today puts bulls on the back foot going into tomorrow. Commodities pretty flat today. Dollar moved up substantially, back at 105.37 from yesterday's lows in the 104 range. Yields, however, are still continuing down. Not a big turnaround there. Intraday, we got a little bit of a turnaround on them, but not that much. Correlation on the 1 month did start to pick up and turn back around. Correlation on the 3 month starting to flatten out. We may be kind of hitting a breaking point for how fast they've moved into the dispersion trade, and I don't think that trade's really working out for them everywhere. And so we are seeing a little stair step in correlation. This isn't a confirmed bottom or anything. It's definitely not a reversal, but it is a sign that it's getting a little more difficult to keep shorting vol. Oops. The carry trade got levered up a little bit today towards the end of the day after bleeding out for most of the middle of the day. So about even over the last 3 days now. Forward yield on volatility, negative 6.43. And the yield curve's been kind of climbing up, flattened out over the last 3 days as well. So most of the loss in yields, most of the continued inversion happened between like last Wednesday and Friday. Not a lot since then. However, vol has gotten shorted very hard since then. It did rebound back a little bit this morning, but that got crushed. I don't think move is updated yet. Skew definitely hasn't. But what is something that is interesting is on this run up, institutions are still holding on to that tail risk hedge. And even increasing it yesterday. This is kind of interesting, right? You know, generally speaking, when we start to move up like this, we see institutions dump their tail risk hedge right away, right? And we're not seeing that this time. So some of them are still holding on to those out of the money long puts, and they're hedging this upside move pretty heavily. 20-day moving average as of yesterday, 62.02. I don't know why I keep this up. And fixed correlation actually kind of stabilized. Earlier today it was at like negative 40. But now back to negative 37.64. So a little bit of improvement between VIX futures and cash VIX as far as their correlation is concerned. As they become more correlated, demand for volatility picks up, right? There's an arbitrage opportunity between cash VIX and VIX futures. So as that demand picks up and they become more correlated, IV will rise, right? Theoretically, 30.34 rate cuts today. So the sum total of Kashkari's damage was removing 0.01 rate cuts from the Fed Fund futures pricing. Out here on the weekly, still very bullish. On the daily, We've not only have we held the MA50, but we have tested the upside resistance above that. A reversal here is possible and a retest of the trend before moving higher. I would say almost expected. So tomorrow might be kind of a bearish day, or at least a little bit of a pullback before we continue higher. And that's about it. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Sorry I'm so nasally. My nose is all messed up from my allergies. But I will have Pickles picks out tonight, hopefully a little earlier, and hopefully with data. And I will see you all bright and early tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a good night, everybody.